Melee. Melee. I should listen to how different my mic sounds right now. You know, I had the wildest thing happen to me yesterday. Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. I was looking at OBS. Or well, I was looking at OBS because I had updated to Windows 11, and I was like, what changed? And I was messing around with my filters on my mic. I had something. One of my filters, right, is like make my voice like sound super bright thing, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, my voice just it's just not. It's not where I would want it to be right now for some reason, even though it's like almost max. I didn't realize this until I like looked at it really close. That shit had a power button on the actual plugin itself, and that shit was not on. And it's been like that for like a couple months at least. Seriously, I woke up, was like, yeah, my mic's not working good today. Or the last stream. I wonder what's up. I looked at it, I'm like, I don't know. And there was a giant power button that was not lit up. Oh. It should sound like way different now, actually. I'll sound like way younger. Yo, Cerseus, what's up? That's basically what it was. That's basically what it is. I turned it off at one point. I was probably testing something like a couple months ago, and then I just forgot to turn it back on. Jesus. It's okay. Me turning that back on actually made me feel a bit better. It didn't like tick me off as much as I thought it would. I had that thought, like, if I ever like fuck up my mic or audio because of this, I'm like, I'm quitting, you know. But no, I'm not as ticked off as I thought I'd be. Mainly because I have other things to be mad at. My energy needs to be put towards something else. So many new fan art? Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess you weren't there when I introduced it. Yeah. I cut up all the like magma board fan art stuff and I just put it on. I wish the only thing that I wish is that I could like some of the art was watermarked. Like yeah, I introduced it last stream. Like briefly. I wish, yeah, some of the art is watermarked, which is good. I give him credit, but like some of the art isn't, and I don't remember who drew what exactly. You're studying for a bio exam? Ah. That's fine. If you study, man. Yeah, you get your studies in, dude. Biology. Science. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Did you know that? But yeah, I introduced this last stream, and I wish I wish some of the people watermarked their stuff just because I don't remember who drew what. Like, let's see what's the next art that pops up? Tito. What's the next magma board? When's the next? I need the next magma board art to come up. But yeah. I only took a bio when I was in freshman year of high school. And the only thing I remember from that class was that what was it? I played a board game with like there was a board game that the teacher had made that he wanted all of us to play, and we played it. And then me and this other like dude fucked up like optimizing. Oh, this is made by Ambrosia. This was a magma board one. I'm pretty sure Ambrosia like headcanon that one as like Stardew Me. Oh yeah, wait for the next one. Yeah, I remember me and this guy, we played this board game for bio, and we fucked up because we didn't optimize our runs, and we were like doing the most that we could. But he got to optimize first, and I was like, fuck, and I'm just gonna be like a step behind him. Because it was a turn-based game. And also, the person that had a crush on me loved talking to me about Demon Slayer. That type of board game requires optimization. It was like this thing where it's like the sunlight gets converted into energy that gets turned into what the chlorophyll, and then that chlorophyll goes into like another thing. I crushed that. Yeah, there was a person that had a crush on me. The person that had a crush on me. They're the only person that like explicitly, that very explicitly had a crush on me. Everyone else was kind of like, was always kind of like in a gray area. Oh yeah, this is the one person that I knew had a crush on me. Yeah. They talked to me about Demon Slayer, and I felt really bad because I think one of the main reasons why we talked to each other was because we knew that we were like the two people that were into like quote unquote like anime. Even though at the time I didn't watch anime. There wasn't a time ever where I watched like mainstream stuff. You know what I mean? I never watched what was popular. But I know this person, they talked to me about the Demon Slayer manga. And then there was another guy at our table who read the manga too. And they talked to me, and then that guy joined in, and then he was able to take over the conversation. I was like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. It felt really bad because my conversations with that person was always very one-sided because of that. They were just talking at me, and I'm just like, yeah. That did happen. That did in fact happen. Yeah. And if you know my kind of stance on relationships, you'll know where that led. It never happened. I just knew they had a crush on me. They told me at one point, and I was like, okay. Sorry, I don't feel the same. And then it kind of just got left at that. Yeah. That was it. That biology class though was kind of the. Did you ever have a crush? A couple times. I've definitely talked about the crushes that I've had before. My first like actual like kind of kid crush. I was very young at the time. I like talking about this story because it's like it feels like peak to me. I was very young. I was either 4 or I was like in like first grade. Those are the two ages that I remember. But I remember I went to. My sister had to take me somewhere because she wanted to hang out with like these boys, right? She did the very like 2000s like kid thing where she's like sneaking around hanging out with these dudes, right? And I'm like, okay. But she had to take me, and she was like, ugh, and I was like, yay. And we ended up going to this boy's place, right? And they were hanging out, but the guy had a little sister who was a bit older than me. I was probably first grade, honestly. I was probably first grade around this time. This girl was like 3rd or 4th grade, right? And we just played. I don't know what we were doing, but I think we were playing with like one of the guys there. Like it was my sister, like the girl's brother, and then like a couple other dudes, and then like we were playing with one of the other dudes, and we were like, I don't know what we were playing. I think we were playing like some kind of like survival thing. Where at some point it was like I'll protect you, don't worry. And I was the dude. I was like the knight in shining armor in that in that scenario. And then we like hid in the bathroom, and then they stopped, and I was like, "Oh, phew, we're good." And then there was at one point before I left that she kissed me on the cheek, and I was like, "Oh," and I'm like, "Whoa, cool." And then I never saw her again after that. But in terms of crushes, like with with anybody that I was like friends with, because here's the thing, I don't experience that kind of stuff a lot, mainly because I don't like talking to people. Period. Someone who doesn't like talking to people. Period shouldn't be allowed to experience stuff like that. You know what I mean? But I guess it was in middle school, huh? There was a couple instances in middle school that were kind of confusing. There was one definite one, but there's a couple like maybe, I don't know. I just felt like there was one time, right, where I was really close friends and I hung out a lot with this one person, right? And they were, cuz I thought they were super cool. Like they were nice. They were I was in a music school in middle school, so they did music really well, and I was like, "Oh, this person's cool. I'm gonna hang out with them," and they were okay with it. So I hung out with them a lot, and it for me, right, it never went anything beyond like, "Wow, we're good friends," right? And like we hang out a lot. I never went anywhere beyond that. But a lot of the kids, their kids are gonna be kids. They're like, "Ooh, Hase likes this person," and I'm like, no, we're just friends. But like, hearing that, it kind of took me into like a spiral of like, do I? Do I? I don't know if I do. I like hanging out with them. Does that count as me like liking them? I don't know. I didn't. Now that I look back on that, and I'm like, he didn't. I'm glad I didn't push like anything further than that. It was just like we're friends and we're good friends. But over time we kind of just like we distanced. Yeah, we grew distance over time, and then they went to another school for high school. I stayed in the same school for high school, and also I heard stories because they identified as female, right? When I was there, when I hung out with them a lot, and then like we stopped hanging out, and then they transitioned at some point, and then they got into a relationship, and then there was a story about them like making out in the staircase or something, and I was like, oh wow, ballsy. Good for them. That's all I thought about that story. I was just like, cool. I mean, whatever you want to do, right? They had to have gotten caught if the story exists, But I was like, whatever. But yeah, there was that story. There's that. There's another story with, man. This one's kind of pitiful. This one's kind of like not very bad, but like it stems from a place of weakness for me. When I was in middle school, kind of around that time, right? There was this kid. This dude in middle school that just fucking sucked. He sucked. This dude was terrible. Nobody liked this dude. But for some reason, because nobody liked this dude because he was like a bully. He was a bully dude. But he hung around me and my friend group, right? And specifically me. He liked sitting around me. And there was just one point where he was very mean about a lot of things, right? A very like put you down to raise me up kind of person, right? And there was just one point where I just like snapped, I was in the recess yard and I started like I was going crazy and I started like smashing my lunch bag on the floor and I started crying. But then there was this one girl that came up to me and she was like she consoled me and I was like, "Oh, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it." Everyone was asking me if I was okay, but it was that girl in particular who was like, "Oh, wow. That's nice." It's another one where I'm like, I don't know if I like them, but they definitely like stood out in my mind as like this is a good person, you know. This person has been cool. There's that. And then I guess another story that's kind of along those lines is when I was in high school. I tell this story a lot because it's the most recent thing that happened, right? And also because there's such a funny story behind it. So when I was in high school, I was in the band, like the concert band, and I played flute for like whenever we went out and like had like events. I played the metal long stick flute. And there was this one event that we had at like a bar. Well, yeah, it was a bar, but you know, we were kids and we were not drinking. It was for like a show. It was the set for a show, and I was on TV for something. And so we had a gig there, and after we did the gig, right, it was like the whole band. The teacher was like, "All right, get yourselves to school," and I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" Right? Is just like find out how to get back. You'll find out how, right? And I'm like, you son of a bitch. So I was like, I'm probably just gonna like carpool with like one of my friends. But then like all my friends, they were like, "Sorry, Hase, the car's full. Like, you gotta get back on your own." And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What if you just fake being lost? I couldn't because it wasn't that far from... The bar wasn't that far from the school. It was like a couple miles. Like, if I was like... Like, I knew... The thing is, like, basically everybody knew how to get from the bar to the school. And even if you didn't know how to get to the school, everybody had a phone. You know? So, like, you could have just searched it up and like walked if you really needed to. But yeah, my friends fucking they ditched me, and I was like, well, what am I gonna do? And then what I ended up like sitting outside like the or standing outside the bar being like, what am I gonna do? And then like this girl comes up to me. She's in my class, right? She's a classmate. This classmate comes up to me and she's like, "Yo, Hase, you know, you trying to get back?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I just don't know how." And it's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna take the bus if you want to come." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." Well, I don't know if that was actually said. Cause I don't know if I asked her if I could go with them, or if we just like there was a silent like a silent like agreement of like, yeah, let's just go, you know. But one thing or another, it ended up being me, my classmate, and then an underclassman going to take the bus back. And the thing is, I didn't really know this classmate too well. We talked sometimes for projects. We were cool. I was cool with them. I assumed they were cool with me. And the underclassmen I didn't really know that well. But those two, the underclassmen and my classmate, they knew each other. And they were talking the entire way to the bus stop. And so it was like, I like to put this image. It was... So 3 people, right? And then in front, there are 2 people where it's like... Two, I don't know, like 5'2", 5'3" girls, like students. and then behind them is like a 5'6", 5'7" dude just quietly following them. Well, not following them, but like, trailing them like a bodyguard. You know what I mean? I was the bodyguard. I was the guy who like kind of looked scary and was like and was quiet behind them. So yeah, that was like our formation. And then we got to the bus stop, right? And then we were waiting, and then we got on the bus. And I don't know what came over me at the time when we got on, but I was like, I'm just trailing them. It's not like I'm like doing anything for them, right? If we 5'6", how old were you? I was a senior in high school at that point. This was my senior year of high school. Yeah. But yeah, I went onto the bus and I was like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just like trailing them and I'm not really doing anything with them. So what I ended up doing was or not with them, I mean, is they sat in the middle of the bus next to the exit door, right? But I sat near the front of the bus. It was a pretty empty bus, right? Like all the seats were basically open because it was school time, right? So no students were on the bus, and like everybody that needed to get where they needed to go, like they were already there too for like work. It's like 9 or 10 o'clock at this point, and everybody was already where they needed to be. So like, it was empty. It was an empty bus, right? So I sat near the front, they sat near the middle, and I was sitting there. So they walked in, and I just sat down, and then as I'm sitting and like I'm probably looking at my phone at this point, I overhear something about them, and I heard them talking, right? And it was I don't know what they were talking about, but they were like, I knew that they were talking about me because they definitely said my name at some point, right? Or like they said like he, you know what I mean? And then it's like, oh, I guess they were like worried or weirded out by me or whatever, right? I was just like, whatever, right? But then like my classmate then like called out to me, is like, yo, Hase, you could sit over here if you want. And I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, really? Sure. And I was like, okay. Oh, okay. I got up, I sat next to them, and I was like, I didn't want to intrude. It's just like, no. And then we all talked. And then I actually ended up joining the conversation and I talked with them. And that was like my like, oh yeah, this person's cool, like really cool. I already knew that they were cool. I was fine with them, like my classmate. And I didn't really know the other person that well. But like, now in my mind, they were like super cool, and I'm like, nice. Sick. And here's the thing, it probably would have turned into like a crush, probably, if one certain like plot line didn't exist. And that plot line is that actually my best friend in high school liked this classmate. And I didn't want to be like, oh no, I like them too. So I was like, no, I'm not gonna think any more of this. And we just ended up being like cool friends. We ended up being cool friends. We talked every now and then, as well as close as friends for me can get, other than like people in my friend group. We hung out sometimes. And what's wrong with you? Is sharing this? Cause it's like bro code, It's cause I already knew, and I already knew that he liked this person, and that he was not deep, but he was actually coming off of like this whole thing where like cause he was coming off this whole thing where it's like he and this other girl were like childhood friends, and like he had liked this girl for a really long time, but then like they went to the same church and everything, but then like the girl got into a relationship with another guy in the school, and then he was really down about that. And I'm like, it's okay, like it'll be fine. And then he started getting better, and then he actually got a crush on the classmate, on the person we're talking about right now. And then I was like, cool. And this was before all of that happened. Bullying, is that bullying? Yeah, so it was more than like, I understand where you're coming from, where it's like, yeah, what's wrong with having the same crush? Like, I understand that, but like, this dude went through some struggles. he he went through like some emotional stuff. And I was like, it's no, I'll let him have it, you know. If anything comes out of it, you know, I'll at least I won't have a part in it, you know. I'm just the observer. We hung out a few times. Like there was like an end orientation for like when we graduated that year actually. And we were supposed to all dress up. We were all supposed to dress up, and what ended up happening is like me and actually the dude, right? Me and my best friend, I helped him clean his car because I lived far away from the school. I lived far away from the school at the time, so I couldn't go back home. So I had to like go in with like my dress stuff, get dressed up at the school, and then like go, and then I just went with the dude like around, like we went to like a Starbucks, and then we went to go clean his car. And then after we went to go clean his car, we actually went to pick the childhood friend and the classmate up, and we went to the hall where they were holding the orientation. And I was kind of, that car ride made me realize just how much I'm like, because it was the first time I was ever in like kind of a group setting with all of them, right? But me sitting in that car and hearing them talk, I didn't talk at all. But hearing them talk made me realize how much I don't have in common with them, like at all. Like, well, to be fair, I don't have that much in common with a lot of people in general, especially the quote unquote normies. But when we were in the car and they were talking, they were talking about like reading books and like watching shows and like, oh, did you watch the adaptation for this book? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's so good. Oh, did you watch the latest episode? Yeah. And I'm like, like I didn't watch anime at the time. I like, it made me realize how much of like an outsider I was in terms of like the people that were like near my age group. So I'm kind of glad that it didn't result in anything more than that. And to be fair, I haven't, ever since high school, I haven't really caught up with any of them. You know, they're all in college. I'm here making $20 a year. Right. But I wonder how they're doing. Maybe they've changed a bit. But yeah, there was that, and I think that's it in terms of like kind of people that I like. I was like, oh, this person's super cool, right? And then I had one actual crush, and that was in middle school. And really, the only reason why I liked them was because we were into the same stuff. You had other exams. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you get her? Instead, instead of studying, did you? Oh, you got her. Oh, it's like, God is good. God exists. Some God is out there to to. You were grinding on HSR instead of studying. Well, at least you're studying now. Because you still got exams to do. Yeah, I logged on yesterday and I got the new Danheng and I'm like, cool. And then I closed the game. Or I did my dailies and then I closed the game. That's kind of where I've been. I've kind of been like off mind. My mind's been off for HSR for a long time. Cause like I still need to. There's the planetary fissure for the double artifacts from Divergent Universe. I haven't been able to do that because I don't have a save file. I don't have a save file in Divergent Universe. So I need to play Divergent Universe, get a save file, and then grind for artifacts after that. And I just haven't done that. That's the thing. It just takes a long time. And I'm like, I have things to do. I have like clips to edit. I have things to write. I have lore things to plan. I have things to record. I have things to mix. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's like so many other things that I would do before Divergent Universe. I'm already spending so much time on dailies before I go to sleep. it doesn't like. Maybe I have to do it at some point, you know, like in the next like couple days I have to sit down and actually do it, right? Cuz the double artifacting is only going to be there for another like what, 3 days. I'll do it like tomorrow. Yeah, I'll probably do it tomorrow. I have some time tomorrow, mainly because actually I have to do my blood work tomorrow. And HSR talking stream. Or I actually sit down and play HSR and be like, what the fuck is happening in the story now? Talking about HSR. I still need to play through basically the whole Amphoria story. But like, in order for that to happen, I need to download HSR again. That game is huge. The game is giant. And also it's gonna... Gacha games always load bad on my computer because all of my game stuff is on my hard drive. And I don't know what it is about like gacha games and like hard drives, but like it takes so long to write everything from the... It takes so long just to like write things onto the computer and load things, and it's just like, it's not, you know, and it's big. You don't have to keep it. But what if I want to? What if I want to keep it? Maybe at some point, maybe I'll do just a catch up to HSR, play through the entirety of the Amphoria story in one stream. It'll be a 24-hour stream of me just sitting there, and then it'll be like, we have to get the other Chrysos heirs, and I'll be like, why is she transparent? That's what it'll be. That's what it'll be like. Maybe. I'll have to get a few upgrades to my computer, actually, before any of that happens. Like I said this a lot, or like in the past like week basically. But like, I need new RAM. That's like the biggest priority right now. I need more RAM. I need to go from 16 to 30 to 32 in like now, like right now. How much RAM do you have? RAM 16. I'm running on 16 right now, which is like the bare minimum nowadays. 16 is the bare minimum. Back when I first got this thing, it was like mid tier. You know what I mean? 32 was the high, and then people started doing 64, and I'm like, whoa. You kidding me? I'm still running 8. That's like, mm-mm. How are you alive? That's what that is. How are you alive right now running 8? Like seriously, everything nowadays is just you just need more and more RAM. Um I guess for me, I need having 32 would be nice because streaming already cuz I stream, right? Streaming is already like a tax on my computer, right? And like having more would let me do more things. Case in point, like Monster Hunter, I guess. Monster Hunter already takes up so much of my of my RAM. And yeah, it would make Monster Hunter Marvel Rivals would become plausible. Yeah, like just like a lot of modern games. Developers are getting more and more greedy with like we can make this game look so cool, but also it'll eat up like 20 gigs and I'm like ugh, who's playing this? And it'll be like the richest content creators who have like 100, 200 gram. Is it? For like you'd have to sell it really hard for me to be like, yeah, I guess it's good for its price. Like even for, like if you give me like a it's $10 and still getting 30 FPS. That's also true. When I first got this computer, I was like a 60 to like 120 frames gamer, and now I'm like a 30 frames gamer. And I think people underestimate kind of the giant jump that's made when like from 30 to 60. 60 feels so good compared to 30. It's kind of crazy. That's kind of like the sweet spot. As long as you're running 60 frames. I've never gotten over 60 frames. Yeah. Back when games were easier to run. Like I ran Apex on 120 frames at one point and I was like, this is fun. I'm having fun. Everything past 60 is better. Yeah, right. But it's like that extra like 0.5% that's like, oh, I feel so my gamer senses are being activated, you know? Born to game, forced to grind, forced to lag. 30 frames per second. But yeah, like even like barely nowadays, even like games that I run at 30, cuz it's kind of 0 to 100 with my computer. I'm either running things at 60 or at 60 or 30, like 60 usually. If it can run, it's going to 60. But like for games that don't run at 60, it like chugs at 30. Like even if it goes to 30, it like every time something new happens, it fucking drops to like 2 or 9. 9 is the noticeable number. Tell me about it. Yeah, so yeah, I can't fit in with the people nowadays just because I don't. Well, to be fair, I don't like a lot of the games that people are playing nowadays. At that point, it's not a RAM problem. No, it definitely is. I think. Well, it's either a RAM problem or an SSD problem. Which is the other thing that I want to upgrade about my computer. If I get an SSD, then the HSR dream is alive. Like, no cap. I get a 2 terabyte SSD. Like, and games will run perfectly fine. Because here's why I think it's the RAM. Because what happens is, specifically, because this is what my most recent experiences with Marvel Rivals, right? It's already maxing out my RAM, and then it tries to get more RAM, and then it's like, stop, you can't do that. We need RAM to run the computer. And then it's like, okay, and then it goes back down, but it takes so long for it to register that, right? That it like stops, you know? and it like needs time to like hold up. We need all these we need this memory, but apparently you don't have it, so we're just gonna have to deal with this, right? And then it tries to like reallocate and like make space, right? And it doesn't work, and it lags, and it starts chugging. I really hope, like, I'm trying to make it so like this computer like lasts as long as possible. Like, for the first couple years I had it, I was very like, oh, this can happen, you know, whatever, I don't care, right? But like now I'm like, hopefully I don't do anything like bad where it like where like one day it just like bricks. Like soon I'm gonna have to like I have to replace the thermal paste on my PC at some point. Sometime soon. Just cause it's been a while. And if I feel like it needs an upgrade. But also I don't wanna waste my chance. So I'm waiting until like I get a new RAM or a new SSD for me to be like, okay, I can open up my computer now, you know? Because every time I open up the computer, it's a fucking like risk, you know what I mean? Like there can be a point where like there's gonna be a point where I just accidentally like short circuit something in there. You know what I mean? I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, like at all, really. Like every time I'm using like a screwdriver in that thing, I'm like trying really hard not to drop it. And it's scary. That stuff's scary, man. Whenever stuff like that happens. Like, wait, hold up. Let me see. I probably do want a RAM upgrade. That is definitely the next thing that I want. But like, how much am I running right now in terms of memory? Yeah, I'm already. This is why I only play single player games. Too, it's because the RAM thing. I'm already running 75% of my memory. Just from streaming, right? Which is crazy to me, actually. But also a lot of it is my Google Chrome that I have open. Yeah, I had like 75% of 16. That's more than 8. That's 12. It's so much. Insert shameless. Yeah. Did you know that you can import all of your bookmarks and your tabs into Opera GX? And it's mega optimized. And I'm like, yes, I get it, but I don't want to. I'm already trying to get used to the Windows 11 change. Windows 11 has only made things slower. maybe me moving to Windows 11 is the move for me to move to Opera GX. One thing gets worse, the other thing gets better. The only reason why I went to Windows 11 is because of the safety thing, you know, like it's the security upgrades and like I'm trying to keep it so like this thing stays as. And still no security issues. There was like when I was updating, I don't know why they didn't tell me, but like when it was updating, it was like, hey, you can sign up for like extra Windows 10 updates for a little bit until you get a new PC in like October 2026. And I'm like, I should have just done that. But here we are. It's still too late, or it's too late now. It's happened. You know, I'm here. I do think I am like over exaggerating like the bad of it though. It feels bad. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. A lot of the things like not being able to move your fucking taskbar is crazy to me, you know. There's bad. It's only been bad, but like it's not terrible, you know what I mean? It's not like I moved from Windows to a Mac. But I think people are justified in like their like animosity. towards Windows 11, and those and the people who are choosing to move to Linux are justified. Sorry, I started watching cheese. I started watching people cut cheese, and I'm like, ew, stinky. I had cheese recently. I don't know why my parents bought this, but they bought like a charcuterie like set, not a set, but like it was like pre-packaged cut cheese, but it's like for charcuterie boards. I don't know why they bought it. Honestly, for the longest time, I didn't like cheese either. Like, or like, you know, when you talk about like kind of the artisan cheeses, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't like those for the longest time, and it was just like it was a really strong taste that I just didn't like. I didn't vibe with it really. So I was like, yeah, I guess I just don't like I like American cheese. I think American cheese does the job of what cheese is supposed to do, right? But like artisan cheeses, that's supposed to be like on charcuterie boards that you eat by itself, right? It's like, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like most of the time, really, to me, it doesn't really taste like much. And when it does taste like something, it's like really like, I don't know, it feels like it's not supposed to be there, you know, like in my mouth at that moment. So I'm like, I don't know, I just don't like it. But then here's the thing, so they bought this artisan cheese, and it's just like a collection of 4 different cheeses, right? It's like, so there was a cheddar, there was a sharp cheddar, there was a combination of cheddar and jack cheese, and then there was this Havarti cheese, right? And then there was this other one, and I'm like, what is this? And it said Gruyere, right? And I'm like, huh, why would they buy this? Let's try it. You know, I sat down and I was like, I'm just gonna sit down and we taste each one of them and be like, maybe I'll like this. And I sat down, right? And I realized you know what I don't like? I don't like cheddar. Which is crazy to me, because cheddar is the cheese that everyone knows, you know? But people don't know. I think people who have had like cheddar snacks don't know what actual cheddar tastes like. You know what I mean? There's something that they add to the snacks that cheddar is on to make it taste good. Because cheddar is a very strong taste. Cheddar is the taste that I associate with, like, it shouldn't be in my mouth. I don't know why people are eating this, you know? But I ate specifically the Gruyere cheese. The Gruyere cheese was very good. Well, not very good. I don't want to say very good, but it was good. But I think it's mainly because it's a whiter cheese. Not to say that the color itself means anything, but because it's lighter, it's probably aged less. Like, I probably like softer cheeses rather than like harder cheeses. And I assume cheddar is like a harder cheese. Right? I like cheese that's basically milk. You know what I mean? I like dairy. I like most dairy. Like, I like yogurt. I had Greek yogurt for the first time too. That shit was gross. Greek yogurt is amazing to me because you don't realize how much of your life you've had like flavored yogurt until you had like straight just like Greek yogurt, or or you make yogurt yourself, you know what I mean? Like, I tasted it and I was like, huh. It's not sweet, it's just sour. How bad is Greek yogurt? It's not terrible. It's like sour milk. You know what I mean? It's sour milk, but it's not curdled. It's like, it's sour milk, but it tastes right. It's sour milk done right. About to put rock salt in my Greek. Honestly, probably the move.
because it just tasted sour. And here's the thing, and I say this a lot, sour is like at the bottom of like my like taste, the tastes, like my taste tier list, you know what I mean? What is it? Like sweet, salty. Is salty actually one of them? I actually don't know. Is salt one of them? Sweet, umami, sour. Oh no, spicy isn't one of them, right? Sweet, salty, bitter, sour. Wait, no, salty and umami are the same thing, aren't they? What are the 5 state tastes? Oh no, umami isn't salty. Okay. Sweet, sour, salty, bitter, umami, right? Are not the same thing. I'm learning that now. Apparently. I had no idea. They feel like the same thing. They feel connected though. Methinks. But yeah. Sour is like 4th from the bottom. Or 2nd from the bottom. I don't like sour. I only like sour in like very specific scenarios. And even then, some of those specific scenarios where sour is appropriate in the moment, I still don't like it. You know what I mean? Sour is kind of the reason why I don't like ketchup on my fries. A lot like ketchup. It's kind of the reason why I don't like ketchup. Why is ketchup a lot of the time is very overbearing, mainly because of how sour it can be sometimes. Or I don't even know if it's sour. I just don't like ketchup, probably. But like, I can imagine if I like, if I had like homemade ketchup. The way I've seen people make homemade ketchup makes me think I'd probably like that. But like I have like ketchup from like a Heinz bottle. I'm like, ugh. Ugh. Sour ketchup? Yeah. I feel like that's a me thing though. Me not liking ketchup because it's sour, even though I don't know if it's sour or not. More than sour, it's like overbearing to me, you know? My mother used to be someone who poured ketchup over the fries. And I was like, why would you do this? Why would you do this? I wouldn't eat the fries after that. Actually, I had a burger yesterday. That didn't have ketchup in it. I was trying to think about how to connect that. It was a Whopper. My mother was like, I want Burger King, so I'm gonna pick up some Burger King. I'm like, okay. And I ate that, and I'm like, this is good. I didn't eat that with ketchup. There was fries, a Whopper, and then also she bought like these like jalapeno popper like nuggets. Those were good. It was all salt though. That's all salt. I like salt, but I'm a sweet tooth. I think I'm a sweet tooth guy more than anything. I was having this thought yesterday about like what my favorite food was, because I don't know why. I always ask myself these questions. Or I always imagine myself being asked these questions just because I'm like, what if I get asked that one day? You know what I mean? It's like that one time where that guy came into my stream and he was like, what's your favorite song? And I'm like, gosh, what is my favorite song? There's so much music out there that I like. But like, I don't know what it's like. I don't know. It's just like what's my favorite food? I don't know. Shit. Yeah, right. No, you know what it is? It's like the preparing yourself for anything. You know what I mean? Like Oh, what's your favorite food? Oh, you know, so you don't sit there like a bumbling idiot and be like, chicken nuggets, and you'll be like, I hate chicken nuggets. That's what it is. But yeah, like I had to. I was just asking myself that yesterday, and I was like, what do I like? I'm like, I don't know. Ah, it's loud. Sorry, as I was talking, I was opening the game. I forget that it reset all of the volume stuff. That's when you just have to. That's a skill, or not a skill. That's a social skill thing. You know what I mean? And I like to think that I'm like socially versed sometimes. Well, not socially versed as in like I know what's happening in the world, but like socially versed as in like I could hold myself in a conversation. Also, my chat isn't working. Chat, chat, pop up chat, pop up chat. Cool. Yeah, but that becomes like a social skill thing. And I have social skills. If I didn't if I didn't have social skills, what kind of streamer would I be, right? But also like sometimes people ask some weird stuff. You know what I mean? Like some people just come out of nowhere and just they start connecting the weirdest things. Also, can I just say how grateful I am that that it's just like us here? Not to be like I fucking hate people watching my streams, but like especially for the Ace Attorney streams recently, there have been some weird people. And just recent streams in general. Yesterday's stream was awkward. I had Kurt Cobain come in here and say they like black people, and I'm like, I love black people too, right? And I'm like, now I'm put in this awkward situation where I'm like, do I keep going with this or do I just awkwardly drop it? You know what I mean? And then there was another person that came in and was like, give me an edit idea, and I'm like, for Clash Royale, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't I don't know. I'm not like an AI tool for you to use, you know? I was impressed by it. I watched it and I was impressed by it, but I'm like, it it doesn't feel good. It doesn't. It doesn't feel good. Just cause I like sit there and I'm like, what do I do? You know what I mean? Like I'm here trying to be entertaining and you're asking me about some other thing and I'm like trying to be funny here. It's just awkward. That obviously that won't be as bad as like some of the other times that you could probably assume that I'm talking about, right? But like I don't know, you add that on top that it's been happening for like the past like month at this point, right? It builds up. It builds up a lot. Um is game mode on? Is Xbox game mode on? Wait, hold up. I'm going to look at this real quick because I don't know if it if it is. I'm like I was trying to figure out what's been happening, but it is. How do I turn you off? This is okay. What the fuck? Me turning off my mic on Xbox Game Bar turned it off. Turned it off for my whole computer. I looked at OBS and I was like, my mic stopped working. Why did it stop working? Fucking hey. Yeah, I just have to make sure that it was that it was being conveyed, you know. And thank God I found that out before too long. It looks like I can't turn it off. Whatever. I'll figure it out later. How annoying. Let me check my mic real quick. I do just want to make sure that it sounds okay before I start. Especially for an Ace Attorney stream, do just want to make sure that it's okay before I start. Yeah, okay. Cool. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, weird people in my stream. Yeah, there's just been some weirdos. Well, I say weirdos, and I know that people who are regulars here know what I mean when I say weirdos, but there might be some other people that are like, weirdos. You're a weirdo, and take offense, and I'm like, no, I call everyone a weirdo. There's nothing wrong with being a weirdo, unless you're like a creep. If you're a creepy weirdo, then we're gonna have a problem. But being a weirdo's fine. Like everybody in my stream is a weirdo, but that's what makes them unique. Why I can tolerate most of them. You just don't, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Just don't push it onto me. I'm here. Obviously, you're like the weirdest out of everyone. Who's the one not weird person? I don't know, everyone's kind of weird. Oh god. Ah! How do I turn that off? No system sounds. I'm sorry. Jesus. New OS, sorry. Did I just hear the no, it's the new system sounds for it's the new system sounds for Windows 11. And it's been constantly ringing in my ear. And I just realized that I could probably just turn it off. And I did. I just turned them off. You think I do that? You think I join a Discord call every time I like live stream? That's funny. I should do that. I just join because I do have like I have my personal Discord server where I just like I schedule things and I talk to myself about things. I put down ideas. I don't know anybody who doesn't do that. People should do that. It's like having a note, like a personal note station. And it's all organized because the Discord server. You could organize it however you want. It's very nice, actually. Yeah, right? I feel like everybody does that, no? Everybody does that. And like, it's not a wrong thing. It's like, do it, right? Fucking, I encourage it, actually. Get your life in check. But yeah, who's a weirdo? You're a weirdo? Luke's definitely a weirdo. Luke's definitely in that list somewhere. Who are the other regulars I can think of? Boy's a weirdo, but only to the extent that because I know him, right? All the boys are weirdos. Boy, Hollow, Oni, Izu. Orphan. Maybe not Professor. Maybe Professor's not a weirdo. But to be fair, I don't really know too much about him. The couple are weirdos too. Yeah, I guess who else? Sock. Sock isn't a weirdo. Sock is a man that got his life straight. His life is that's a cool dude. Sock's a cool dude. And Ambrosia is my favorite viewer. Who else? I don't know. Favorite. I'll admit it. You won't find streamers that'll admit that they have favorites. Of course I have favorites. But it's only because seniority, you know what I mean? Honestly, but also like Ambrosia's done a lot. Ambrosia's been here for like a long time for my best moments. And also they do a lot for me. So yeah, I have favorites. Obviously. I won't be afraid. I'm not scared to admit it. Of course I do. Yeah, I've been here for the longest, for the best moments. Yeah, that's it. That's the basis of it. Right? Here's the thing. You would need to do like the same thing, or whatever the equivalent is now, because it was kind of unconscious before, but I definitely know. Had the Mickey. I'm telling you, you don't even need to watch that stream. You just need, because the Mickey bit went for whatever stream the Mickey bit was on. It went on for that entire stream, and those streams lasted like 6 hours each. You just need to watch the 1 year highlight video. The Mickey incident is in that video. And just watch the rest of it, because that was basically my first year of like funny moments and more. And there are more outside of that. Also, let's be frank. Is there ever gonna be anybody, like, I'm a small streamer, right? But I keep all my VODs, right? Is there ever gonna be anybody that's just gonna be like, I'm gonna watch through all the Hase VODs? Is there? I don't think so. You know what I mean? Maybe when I quit. Maybe when I quit, I miss Hase, and then they just start watching all the VODs and it's like, what a fucking idiot. And then I'll say one thing in bad taste, and it'll be like, why didn't we cancel this guy? I wait for that day. I wait for that day. I feel like I had another thing that I wanted to talk about, but I don't. And we're already pretty over time. I might just do... Will you? Will you sit down and watch all the Hase VODs? I wait for that. I wait for that day. The day I quit. Yeah, the one day is the day where I leave. I go on an indefinite hiatus, and I like don't come back. Oh yeah, I did have things that I want to talk about, but we got a game to play. That's too bad. I'll talk about it all next time. Sorry. You need to stop doing that. You need to stop doing it. Where are all the people that just have free time, like, in my time zone? You know what I mean? The fact that most of my... Like, I understand, like, European peeps, right? I understand the European peeps where they're, like... They're only 6 hours ahead. And... and you know, by the time I'm streaming, they're like getting off of work or like chilling out. You guys over in Asia and Oceania, why are you guys here? I am constantly being reminded of that, and every time I'm always wondering, is it midnight? Do people watch live streams at midnight? I guess for like, if you guys want like background noise, it just do is that right? Like I would be the most fine with like you putting me on at midnight if like you're going to sleep soon. You know what I mean? Like you have like a TV in your room and you're like scrolling YouTube and you're like, what do I watch? And then you're like, oh, Hase's on. And you turn on the stream and then you go sleep. I used to advocate for that a lot. Like watch my stream in the background while you're doing something else. That's peak. You know what I mean? That's my peak experience. Seriously? You guys need to sleep. Period. You guys need to sleep. I knew the nightlife over there was not intense, but like active, but like I didn't know it was that active. Some of those people's just huh. So you 11 is considered early for you. Go sleep. Your sleep schedule is fucked up. And for what? Me? I can't be ruining people's lives. Not anymore that I've already have. It's always been fucked up. Don't worry about it. You know, I trust you. I trust that you'll figure it out when it happens, alright? I'm just here to be funny, you know? Your life is not my responsibility. And how much you pull three all-nighters one time and then boom, your life is changed. Yeah. No dip. No dip, it's changed. Oh, this controller, man. It loves just like not connecting. Alright, gosh. I gotta start the game. These streams always just divulge into me talk. Why do I always do no sleep on exam? Yeah, tell me that. Why? Why do you do that to yourself? You need to not. Exam days are the days where I want to get the most sleep because hell, if I'm not gonna be like rested for a day. Maybe like when I took my like quote unquote exams, right? It was an all day thing. And like I always finished early because I was a smart kid. So I just had time to sleep. And then we were dismissed after that. So it was like maybe that I could understand, but like I don't know about you. Exam is an exam, you know. I have to get started though. I can't keep all the people that want actual Ace Attorney to wait. A B C D D D D D. 23rd of October, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Also, I'm also wondering if the audio might be too low, just in case. Cause I did fuck around with that too. Maybe I'll up it a bit. Actually, give me 1 second. There you go. A, B, C, D, 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 D. I never did that, but I knew people who did. And I was like, why? Like on like Scantrons. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in a court. But here I am now, back at the Old Bailey. What was your voice? Mr. Right? Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. There was 30B out of 40, and it wasn't the same thing as well. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Cause you're encouraging like second guessing. You know what I mean? Like, why are 30 Bs? Right? It's like, why are there 5 Bs in a row here? That doesn't seem right? And it's just like, nope, it was just made like that. How fucked up. And if they do that on purpose, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me that it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Yes, well. You won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yeah, I understand. And I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Was there ever a case when I took a Scantron test when I was in school? Like that? I don't think so. Oh, it's the edit, dude. Thank you for the comments. It really helps with the algorithm. Are you gonna ask me how the edit was? I did check it. I was actually talking about you earlier. What? No, don't say that. Actually, don't say that. That's fucked up. This is how I get. This is how I get in trouble, man. I said it was interesting. I'm not the best judge for edits just because I don't know. I don't watch them. I don't watch edits. He said I did. I did say that. Yeah, it's not my I'm not the audience, but I'm like, it's cool. What if I don't want to? I'll be frank. You're asking. You have no option? No. No. Gosh. Realizing how hoarse my voice is right now. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. Oh, it's you. Okay. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome of case here. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Oh! Is it... Are you... Herlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir. I am he... Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits even whilst living in Germany. Ah, yes. Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany, too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of the Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah, yes. A memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Okay. I have urgent business with Madame Two Spells. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madam has engaged in my services. Oh, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The wages depend on it. As does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Ooh, then you must... Yeah. Her voice is always the voice. Ah. 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 Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hallie. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have quite an insatiable desire for pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite. Definitely, absolutely. I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Why, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implement, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo. And I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could be barely done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? It's contradictory. It seems... And it's that contradiction that will be the heart at this trial, no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? You figured this out already? Just tell me. You? Well, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Helly. Sorry. Why did that... Did the Nevermind get hidden? Maybe I should just turn off the the moderation. Do not. Stuff can and will happen in this chat that no YouTube, that not even I will be able to control. YouTube has to automate it. What if... Imagine a stream where I had to fucking approve every single, like, individual message. Probably honestly, the dude from that other day probably said some way worse stuff, but YouTube moderation... Oh yeah. Saved me. I have to look at every individual chat. And I have to give a detailed response for every single message. Maybe you just give... Oh, yeah. 100%. Honestly, I wish I could cherry pick my chat. I wish I could have it so, like, I could just, like, only these people talk. Which I already do, right? Oh, 100%. What would you... Well, I was gonna be like, I wonder what a stream without a chat would be like, but that's just a normal stream. No? You know what I mean? It's just depending on the day, it'll be less funny, more or less funny. I definitely have that thought sometimes, right? Especially when I'm talking. Or like when I'm talking about something, like a chatting. I have that thought in my mind where it's like, God, I don't know what to talk about. And then I'm like, but no one's in the chat to tell me anything, right? Or I'm talking about something and then someone brings up something else and I'm just like, hold up, I'm still talking about my thing. I've had both like thoughts ever since I started streaming. A stream without a chat is just a recording. That is true, I guess. But let's be frank. You'd still watch it. I'm just that interesting. And I know I am. Look, if no one's gonna advocate for me, then I'm gonna advocate for myself, okay? You still eat that shit up like crazy, no? Imagine. Because I couldn't. You don't think Timid Hase think Timid Hase has any type of ego? Of course he has ego. If you want to be any kind of decent streamer, you need to have it. You know what I mean? It's like blue lock. Everyone's here just trying to fight for themselves.
Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it.
No, what about you, Iris?
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. To be continued. October 23rd, 9:10 a.m. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. That's what I mean by ego. You don't lose my beautiful edits. Yeah. Of course I did. You told me to not end stream, and you made me dare, and you made it a dare. Don't you dare end stream, and I'm like, dare? Wait, that's what you're doing. You're self-promoing. Wait, hold up. Do I not have... Hold up, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Why can't I navigate this? One second, guys. Bless. Thank you. I was waiting for him to give me a reason. No, I don't know if it's obvious or if it's a thing that or if it's something that I should have made a rule. I should have made a rule for this. Self promo.
I don't care that he said that. but more than anything, uh, more than anything, self promo. Uh, what is the other thing? I just had it in my mind. Whatever. If I'm being honest, if I'm being honest, situations like this scare me because it's like morally it goes into like the morally gray. You know what I mean? And I said this already before. Um I'm not like this place or like what happens here, like he asked me before. I'm not some kind of AI that you asked that for. And then he started asking you, and I'm sorry I put you in that situation, by the way. You know what I mean? I just needed him to give me a reason. I know it's gonna seem like kind of very ego-y. It's like what you remember what Michael from that other stream. You remember that? Is like ego-y, and I'm like, yeah, kind of. But also like there's a vibe here, and I don't want that. And there's things that I'm doing. You know what I mean? And it just didn't feel right. You know what I mean? I think what he does is cool. You know what I mean? I think the edits are cool. I don't think that's an excuse to use someone else's platform in order to achieve that. I think that's what it is. Because it's the same principle as like what even happens to people that ban. They just can't chat anymore. That's it. That's my problem with YouTube actually. I wish I could do more. I wish I could kill them. No, but it just makes it so all their chats are deleted and then they can't chat anymore. That's why that other guy was able to come by again on multiple accounts. He just he just like he jumped on another account and came back to the stream. You are on thin ice. He's been on thin ice multiple times. He's on thin ice right now. But yeah, like situations like this are scary mainly because of that. You know what I mean? Like they can just come back. And then the stream goes bad and then I'm like, "Oh, you know what I mean?" Michael Michael was really funny though because he it felt like he was picking my brain apart. You know what I mean? In that moment. That's why I didn't ban him in that moment. Hi Skyfisher. What's up? I didn't even know you were here. Are you alright? Do I need to make a rule for that? Don't I
I didn't think it had to be a rule because I thought it was common sense. But like, you shouldn't do this to anybody. By the way, you shouldn't use somebody else's platform in order to produce your own stuff. You know what I mean? I didn't even know that could be a rule or that was even a thing that people were gonna do in the first place. And I think that was my problem. I just couldn't put into words. Were you that? Oh, was that you? I thought it was Cerseus. What's up, Skyfisher? Yeah, I'll be frank. Despite the fact that, like, in the moment, I tend to be very, like, power trippy, right? Power tripping, ego-y, very, like, sadistic. Sometimes, like, situations like that, I'll tell the truth. They scare me. Situations like that scare me, and they're what make me like not want to do this anymore. Just because I'm like, I just want to like chill out. Did I not call you that, Skyfisher? But like, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to chill here, vibe out, and play a game. No, it was serious. I got it. But yeah, I just wanted to sit here, vibe out, play a game, and like that's it. Maybe talk about a couple things here and there. Changed it from the thing, a flying fish, to the person catching the flying fish. It's okay. I don't know why I'm accepting the apology for them. I'm sure it's fine. But yeah, I feel like this needs its own moment just for people to understand. I'm scared right now. Skyfisher, yeah, I hear Skyfisher. I'll see you when I see you again, okay? But yeah, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? This this laughing power tripping me is just a veil. Just a veil. Like you shouldn't have it. Yeah, I feel that's like the logical thing too, no? Right? That's like that's like the point A to point B like straight, but yeah, being scared is where I believe that. There's just I feel like actually recently too a lot is the question of if it's right to, especially if it's all right to ban. I question that a lot. Just because I still want to be fair. I still want to be like a fair. I'm a fair streamer. I'm a fair dude. I like equality. It's not really that bad. I think I think what happens is like I think they could still like faux chat. You know you know what I mean? I think they can still like send messages. I just won't see them. But yeah. And this is my problem with like most like at least like most of my bands, or at least most of the bands that I have like trouble is why I have trouble like with bands like these where it's like they're not doing anything like explicitly wrong. They're just like there's something about the way they're holding themselves and what they're doing in my chat that I don't feel right with. You know what I mean? And it's hard to like right now, like it's hard to justify that. Like put into words to justify it. You know what I mean? Like there's been multiple people in my chat, at least recently, within like the last like couple months, where it's just like I guess what it is like they treated my chat as a space for them rather than as a space for like I don't know if it's ego-y for me to say this, but like me or like my chat or like my community. You know what I mean? It's happened multiple times. I could give examples. I could give examples, but like every time that happens, it feels gray morally, just because you know me. Like there was someone who was constantly talking about music, and even though I was like, I don't really know much about music, right? They were talking, and I was showing interest, right? But then there was a point where I was just like, I missed one of their messages, and they started like spamming, and I was like, nope, okay, we're done. You're not supposed to be on equal grounds. I guess that's true. And I say that a lot, don't I? Like, I'm your god. Maybe I don't believe that as much as I think I do, right? That is true. That is true. But like, yeah, there was that whole thing, and then there was another incident where like somebody was just like typing nonsense in my chat. And not like, offensive nonsense, but just like they were like having their own conversation. I remember this because they were just talking. They just said things just to say things, and I was like, this is annoying. Because like it wasn't even the fact that they were like trying to include me in their conversation. Not even. I think they wanted me to engage in it, but I just didn't want to. And they kept like just typing nonsense. I forget. There was a thing about them making a bomb. I remember that. I don't remember anything else, honestly. But yeah, and I was just like, this is too much. And I banned them. That didn't feel good. Should I just not be scared of to mute people anymore? I think I'll always be scared of it is the thing. I think that's me asshole Hase asshole Utahara needs to be less friendly. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I drop pretty obvious hints though. Also, I do say stop. I'm just like stop. Stop talking. Or I don't say that. I'm just like if we can move on to something else. I do say that. Be less friendly. Hase asshole Utahara. That's me. That's my whole brand, isn't it? Is that I'm kind of a dick? I feel like that's what I've made my brand to be. Is that not what people think of me as? Maybe that says something about me more than it should.
Maybe.
Huh, yeah, sorry to pause the game and the stream basically for this, but I like this is a real issue. But you know, like when you think of like not my mannerisms not the right word, but like my what is it? Like my traits. Asshole is not the first one. Hase asshole Utahara. You've only ever thought of dick. Hase is a dick to most people, Utahara. Yeah, that definitely says more about myself than like my reputation. Eh, yeah, but yeah, sorry to like pause everything for this. I feel like this needs to be out there, and that people need to listen. Right? I want to play games. I like talking. Yes, I do. What I don't want you to do is use me or anybody in my space, any like my chat, my community for your own means, all right? You know? You're here to service me. What? My people don't they're here for me. Don't take advantage of that. All right? Apparently what I just said is funny even though I tried to be very serious there. You know? But yeah, I'm here to vibe out. I'm here to play games. I want people that want the same thing. I guess so. My no. Wait. Ah, I see. My groupies, the little posse I have here, they're here for me, and you should take advantage of that. If you want to go make friends, if you want to go make friends, first of all, it's not even here's the thing. I think my definition of like friends is just like so different from everyone else's, right? Or like the way I say it, right, and use the word friends is just different from how I speak it, or what? Or from the way I like write it or understand it. There are no obligations between us, between me as a streamer and you guys as chatters. It'll always remain that, right? And in my mind, that's how it is. But like the way I say it, the way I use and say friends is like, what is it? Like I do say friends a lot, just in my general lexicon. But like I say friends as people that I just talk to, you know what I mean? Or like that I get along with, right? And I get along with most of my chat, at least the people that I don't ban. And kill. I put on my hit list. And I go out every night when I'm not streaming, I I go out into the world and I make a hit somewhere. Like that, you know? Yeah, but yeah, you know? I think that's what it is. God. Remember when I was supposed to play a game? Shit. I'm gonna get back to the game. But if you want a TLDR, people are weird. People are weird, and I keep running into weird people, and I'm like, I want to get bigger so I can make money. But then the bigger I get, the more weird people I run into, and I'm like, stop. Just you. I just want people to like me, give me money. That's it. Really? Is it? I guess so. But that's like, isn't that everything? You hear someone that you like kind of get along with laugh about something and you want to laugh too, no? Not to like undermine what you wrote, right? But like, isn't that what the case is? But yeah, TLDR. People are weird. I don't want more weird people coming by. But also, give me your wallet, please. I have to keep reminding people that that's my end goal. Okane Chodai. All right. Actually, before we continue, I actually have to use the restroom. I need to take like a stress piss. True. True. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna be right back. 1 second. My door is like getting caught on something. And it's like not. Oh, I see it. Hold up. I'm gonna fix this real quick. My door is getting stuck on like my Ethernet cable. Not good. I'm gonna tape it up again real quick. Cool. It was getting annoying. Oh, voice acting. Just shut. Okay. Leave your wallet and leave. Yes, I encourage wallet leaving, but I also encourage sustaining yourself. Yes? Yes. What was I talking about? Let's get back to the game. Anything else that I want to talk about before I just leave this in the dust? Never to talk about this again. This is a character development moment, so I might as well get everything out. Don't be a weirdo. Read my rules. They're long, but they're there for a reason. I looked at my rules just now, just because I had to remind myself what they were. I had to look at I just wanted to see it, but Too many. Maybe I should just sit down and rewrite them at some point. Also, I should make a vibe. I should definitely make a self promo, no self promo vibe rule, and then a vibe rule. I should just make those because I feel like those would like alleviate like 4 of my rules. Hase doesn't know his own rules. You make rules on like you make rules on impulse and then you kind of just forget about them, you know? Like I completely forgot about my roleplay rule. Cuz thank God I haven't had anybody roleplay in my chat since when that rule was made, but it definitely happened at some point. And I'm just like, I went along with it at first, but and then I was like, this is annoying. And then I found a reason to ban them at some point. I definitely did. Not because I found them annoying with the roleplay, but like they said something. It always gets to that point, by the way. I don't know why I haven't learned that. Everybody that gives me a bad vibe, I always just end up like finding like they end up doing something else that just like, oh yeah, that's not cool, and I leave it. But yeah, just like let me make sure everything is okay before I move on. Also, he should have unsubscribed from me, right? Nope. Please unsubscribe to me. Please. I don't want you to come back as the thing. That is true. Like I say, I'm a second chance giver, man. I want to be like, maybe this is just like a one-off thing, you know, like they said something weird. You know what I mean? Well, it's just like, then they'll keep doing it, and I'll be like, okay. And I'll be like, and then they'll say something, and I'm like, okay. I am a gracious king. I'm a gracious god. Just give me your wallet. Always have to remind them of that. If you're gonna support me, pay me in money. And then if you do something weird, I'll still ban you. 23rd of October, 9:10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Fuck. The name of Her Majesty and the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are standing today in the public trial for Professor Albert Harebrained. Was this your voice? I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Shit. You know, I never realized how hoarse my voice is until these streams, where I'm just like, I can't do any of this. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without Sasato-san today. She's just gone. She was just here. I saw her. She did the meme. She deuced out of here. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim in this case all too well. Mr. Odie Asman. Mr. Asman was a well-known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. Oh, my mic is blocking the screen. I couldn't read that.
It was only 1 month ago the man appeared in court to prosecuted by you, Lord Von Zeeks, but the jury unanimously found him not guilty.
Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths just to keep their freedom. Just?
But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
I killed him, yes. If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was the direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain.
Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty?
Oh jeez, wow, look at this guy. Yeah, I am most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civil duty, my lord. I look like Abraham Lincoln, but blonde? What is that? Doesn't he? I'll be going to a musical after this. Pretty.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hands. Oh gosh, oh golly.
Golly.
It sends shivers down my spine.
Oh, jeez. Look at these designs. What are I doing?
Scientist! Experiments, magic conjuring tricks, courtroom trick trials, all are nothing but more than performances.
What the fuck?
Oh.
Any spurious scholars that defiled the retribution of science deserve to hang. We'll have to listen to what both sides defense and then settle on one. That's it.
It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all.
That's the police killer outer mold lookalike again. Oh, okay. The policeman. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems.
Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening.
Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So your opening statement, please, Lord Von Zeeks.
At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world.
One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage.
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as a high-voltage instantaneous kinesis.
Good lord!
It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high-voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. The thing is, how do you ensure that?
Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility?
Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity. Oh, my goodness, how shocking. Ha! The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand to scrutiny.
I think one of my dogs just barked at me. Oh no. I think it was my father.
Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field?
I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock.
How shocking. To an extent, right? So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible.
What is the prosecution's view on the matter?
The prosecution would assert
That
the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. Wow, really? What?
What rot!
Yeah, tell me about it. You kidding?
Ora! Ora!
The professor's hypothesis is currently undergoing investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant will be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on this new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmund's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant.
But
This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was a carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim.
Really?
I mean, I guess. Yeah, this is the stance he's taking.
Thank you, Lord Von Zeeks. The prosecution's stance is clear. Now, defense, tell us how you don't believe in your defendant's hypothesis and throw him under the bus. What? Well, you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims.
Gladly, my lord. Wow, off immediately, huh? Bailiff! Bailiff. Show the first witnesses to the stand. Detective? Oh, yeah. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigations.
Oh yeah, he must not be happy to hear that stuff.
Albert Harebrain, this is a scientist.
You were born in England but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which brought me back here. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredible, all right. An incredible explosion.
But the science was a success. The interkinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much was undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team.
It was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less.
That's right, my lord. It seems the victim rammed straight into it. He was stabbed. Was he not?
I see. Well, submit the photograph as evidence.
What? Oh, are they gonna say, like, it worked and then, like, I think. How do we describe this? Or how do we? Because quite obviously something else killed him, right? Oh, he was stabbed. As the court said, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odi Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself.
I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of a man who funded his work. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right, and it must be it. My splendid machine. No, my poor splendid machine.
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the special Suspension for Scientific Equipment Act.
What? The wreckage? The wreckage?
But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it be possible to how can possibly be determined whether the man was
Wow, what the fuck am I on?
How could it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious action?
Very simple, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that right, witness?
What? Sorry, me?
No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder. Plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can he possibly think that?
Thank you, Inspector. I think we better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder.
Yeah, when did someone have the opportunity to stab him? A front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury. A fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something shoved right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. And this fella's the only one who could have done it.
Interesting. Well, yeah, we're bringing that up.
Extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart.
Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No. That could be further from the truth.
I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window.
My word.
My word. I assume the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean
for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record.
Your request is granted, counsel.
Can I read it? Will you read it out loud for me, or do I have to read it? I have to read it? Great. Thank you.
I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on stage was Mr. Asman, was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Hard to think otherwise, really.
Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. Smack. It's been a while. It's been 6 months. Why the hell have I been gone for 6 months? I need to, oh, right, because I lied in court or whatever. I didn't lie in court. They brought up government secrets and I had to look at it. What's like super noticeable here? I'm trying to think. The glasses? What's something here that would like stick out like a sore thumb that'd be like, it's here, you know? Or are we gonna be like, there wasn't a gun in the picture, like, thing? Because that'd be dumb. Yeah, stabbed right in the heart, huh? Yeah, because it's right on his pocket. His what is it called? Pocket square? Right? Courtney Scythe. Ooh. That's... She's the killer. This Courtney Scythe is the killer. I mean, right? The only other person that probably would have had like the time to deal with this blow is the coroner, no? They do on-site autopsy, no? Victim Odie Asman, 47, British. The 21st of October, around 2:22. Cause of death was a hemorrhage from a wound in the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. Broken vertebra resulting from the impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height. Okay. Right? Did I look at this too? I did. Burnt green bit. Courtney Scythe killed the man. It was Courtney Scythe. How do I... the corpse went crashing through the crystal tower, had a broken neck.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height?
Yes. Were you not listening earlier?
Earlier? Which highlights something else about this whole business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success.
Ah.
After the explosion, the cage fell with the fellow inside. With the fellow inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair.
Although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur.
Remind us, Professor. What was the cause of the fatal disaster? I made a minor miscalculation in the beam angle projection, that's all. So the angle of the projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally?
Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out.
Only You got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake.
Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it.
I took it into account, the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable. So, I just don't understand how this could have happened.
Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose.
Crackling comets! The answer should have been there. 3!
So much for safety first. 3 must have been for the safety third. I missed the joke there. Oh well. Whoops. There's a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense! I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there are 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? 2, right? Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to the spine snapping in half as well. You're saying that's not the case?
You'll get the answer as soon as I finish off my fish and chips. If you don't keep butting in every few seconds.
But we all know that's a bottomless bag. Yeah, it just keeps spawning. Why didn't we keep this in the world? Gregson's infinite fish and chips bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into the glass tower. It would have been reasonable to assume that is the cause of death. Right. That's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it? It was a lesion, yeah. But like, when would he have stabbed him? The defense knew nothing of this crucial information! The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools, there was that when used at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. It would appear this is some kind of screwdriver.
There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew!
Andrew? Andrew, of course. Oh, because he's a screwdriver. And he's shaped with the letter A.
How did you know? Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named all of them, you know. We're one big happy family. I even have a girlfriend. What? Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead.
It would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain in his shank. Wait, that isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. No. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wounds.
What? What? Andrew killed my test subject.
Why? And then the screwdriver starts speaking.
You're gonna leave us.
Fucking imagine.
If the demonstration succeeded and you made a ton of money, you were gonna replace us. I know you were. Andrew. Of course that's not true, Andrew. Michael, Andrew. Angela.
I'm trying to think of other names. The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. I would like to also look at this Andrew as well. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. Great.
So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. And then this fellow was the only one who could have done it.
Because of Andrew. There's a bit of yellow on it, isn't there? A. Why is it in the shape of an A? I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill of the floor in the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. A metal screwdriver that was found poking through the grill in the base of what remains of the kinesis machine it has a very distinctive handle. Yeah, it does. And then the blood. This is blood. Mr. Ansom's, no doubt. Asmund's. This is a problem with looking at murder weapons. What? The blood on the murder weapon? That's the problem? Poking through the grill as a distinct...
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that?
Ha! Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people at the public experimentation stage in front of the crowd.
The victim, Mr. Odie Asmund, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. We know for certain that, before the experiment, the victim was alive.
That's right! I saw him! With my own eyes!
That's your voice now. Furthermore, following the explosion in kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
In other words,
The only...
Great Scott!
Oh my god, Jesus, you scared the fuck out of me.
Only someone else on stage with the victim could have possibly done it.
Excuse me.
Mr. Harebrain. Professor Harebrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor!
Ah, yeah, sorry.
Whoops. Don't roll your R's.
I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of the electrolysis.
Paralysis. Electrolysis.
Electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that? You're being tried for murder. It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Grexon's last live area.
Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way I could have possibly have stabbed Mr. Asmund, as you say.
Explain, please, Professor.
Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I have heard.
Then surely, you see, if I'd punched something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath now. A blood swimming pool. But the thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet none of them yet claimed to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no. I suppose not. Oh! Somebody shot Andrew into the guy before he got launched off?
You see? Not one! That's true. I didn't see anything like that.
Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Order! It's drinking time. Pray forgiveness for the discourtesy if I savor a drop of my hallowed chalice to accompany me, my old friends abducing. Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Burke, but I'm really not the patch on you.
Oh. No, you're not.
No?
Oh. You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have?
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would have resulted from a stab wound.
Ah, of course.
Inspector, enlighten the court, please.
Yes, sir.
What? Where are they going with this? Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. And yeah, fucking tell us. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air.
Hold it!
But he wasn't. Why would you think that, Inspector? When we clearly found the screwdriver in the grill of the thing. With any wounds, with any wound, it's only when you pull the victim, the weapon out that profuse bleeding will occur. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it'll act as a stopper of sorts. For want of a better word. I see. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Ah, there's a Sato-san when you need her. If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Mr. Asman in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device, and the screwdriver was still where he planted it. Shit.
I would never do such a thing! Not to my precious tools! I would never use them for such dirty work! You only use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist.
The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. So that's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Von Zeeks keep that to himself until now on purpose? To gain the advantage? Oh well. I suppose all I can do is press the witnesses for as much new information as I possibly can. Breathing's hard, man. Jesus. But yeah. The screwdriver was with us, dude. Shit. You say that while the victim remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood at the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is that if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping at any bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine poking through the metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Ah, well, now you come to mention it,
Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the special dispensation? Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear about that he wasn't to touch a thing.
Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at?
If the tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on stage. Yeah. Yeah. Basic knowledge. That's common knowledge right there for you. For babies. That's right. It should have been beamed across the crystal tower along with Mr. Asman. And found so large in the victim's chest. Oh, wow. Yes, that's right. Order. How do you explain this, Inspector?
I don't.
It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to a destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that the instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, If the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. And yes, my voice did crack. Ooh. Lord Fonziques is stumped. Oh, you have a special... Really? You have a special hold it? Why? Are you important? Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry.
About what?
Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency.
What?
Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asmund's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on stage is consistent with my calculations.
What? What? Did you just go against me? It seems your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument, why are you going against me, scientists? Very well, shit. The defendant will testify again, provide us with scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord.
Inconsistency explained.
To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asmund was a patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have the duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Huh? Real? How do we prove this wrong? Oh, the picture, right? It couldn't have transported metal, but it transported his glasses. Okay. It was his glasses. Nice. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made out of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make a cage they used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain?
Yes!
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all.
I see. He's a truther. He's a centrist. Even in his own case, he's a centrist, huh? I can appreciate that. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponi's friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. It's his glasses, but I'm gonna read all this anyways. I'm still at the gathering stage of my research. Are you now? And yet your retort for my argument, it wasn't lacking in confidence in any way.
No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those are the words of a certain scientist I hold in very high esteem.
But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you?
No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words from the same great scientist, you know.
Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist?
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know.
It might be worth keeping the names of your idols in mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. This scatterbrain forgets even my name at times. So Lord Von Zieks really does have a friend once. But I didn't notice hell freezing over. The hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transfer metal. Would have stayed put. Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then?
No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals cannot be decomposed by electrolysis. Of course, yes, of course. So I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct.
What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy?
It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see.
Sorry, the birdcage?
Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage in which Mr. Aspen had been placed for kinesis.
Ah, the jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does seem to be made of a timber of some sort.
I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. Ensured. Any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on stage if it were made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly in this mathematical model.
But the ultimate conclusion, then, is the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah, indeed, sir.
Someone beamed me out of this nightmare. Why am I here? Why am I defending this nut? In other words, all the point that just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't inconsistency at all. You seem to be pleased by that.
Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased?
No.
I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asman losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that!
No, you're quite right.
Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asman?
Well, no, not really. I mean, I met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project, and the research grant, of course.
Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work would have been impossible. Yeah. How did you come to know Mr. Asman in the first place? Wow.
A year ago now, a small provisional science journal published a little paper about my work.
That's a scientific journal. Good gracious. I should need new spectacles.
Yeah, right? Oh.
I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the same time I had no money. I had to eat tiny meals in a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water. Water out of a tiny little glass. But Mr. Asman read the paper and came to visit me in my tiny little laboratory.
And offered you money to help fund your work.
Exactly! That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asman provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together.
The machine that you had brought to the great exhibition to demonstrate.
We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all the sides of it. Mr. Asman took care of all that. He was a wonderful man. I really owe him everything.
Who's the engineer? I'm curious who the engineer is. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. What about number 3? Engineer number 3 was the killer. When you say you built the machine together, does that mean you were involved in its construction?
Yes! Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was made by an engineer.
Little remains of your creation now, though following the explosion. Repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that. But still, if someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asmer and I toiled over that machine for so long, we put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of our machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what's happened was an accident.
That's the extent of the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him to do any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder.
What if the hypothesis was just fundamentally flawed?
Excuse me. We've come to the part of the stream where I just start yawning constantly. My hypothesis, hence the metal weapon won't stay put. In other words, it's the all Mr. Admin.
Objection.
Ding dong. Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd like you to have a look at this photograph that was taken in the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman was wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not metal. No!
We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found at the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should have been predicted that the metal rim spectacles would have been found in the same place.
My hypothesis!
Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed.
Ah!
And now you're innocent.
No!
Order. Counsel, what is the implication for this? If on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit.
But my hypothesis was sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success! It was a success! The experiment was proof of my work! If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow from the Royal Society.
Yes, juror number 4. Go on ahead.
As a man of science, there is one thing I cannot abide. And it's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a boulder, and a fraud.
I say the wreck of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Suspension of Scientific Equipment Act.
What in the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made him such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Just sit by.
He's got it. He's got it.
Maybe I should watch and wait for a time being. My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination.
But what about the special suspension that's been mentioned? Oh gosh, this is all too much. If it's determination that the machine itself was the murder weapon, then I think you'll find the act won't apply.
Of course it was a murder weapon. Anyone can see that's what his name.
So we're all in agreement, are we? That the machine should be stripped? If I don't do something, they'll... Okay, yeah, we still said something either way. Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes? But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. What, other than the money? He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money, yeah. But that's only if it worked, right?
If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators?
What would be the value of such grant? £10?
You're an order of magnitude out, ma'am. £500 a year. Oh, you could have lived handsome with that much money for years. Are you a kid? What are you? The Science Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone, least the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound, please, you must believe me.
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
Barrack!
And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused.
Barrack!
Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may.
Yes, Lord Von Zeeks.
Another witness? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand.
New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement?
There were spectators at the demonstration of the exhibit, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses.
Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses of the incident.
The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no postage. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend.
Yes?
It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me?
We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand.
As you wish, my lord.
Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes.
Ding! Wow, adjourned, huh? Taking a little break. That was quick.
That's a to be... Are you kidding me? That's to be continued? I was gonna end stream when it was gonna to be continued, but...
Huh?
Really? Yeah, okay, there's another part of the trial, thank God. October... 23rd of October, 10:44 a.m., the Old Bailey. Let's do the end of... When we get to the next to be continued. Wow. I was planning on ending as soon as to be continued popped up, but we're only 3 hours in. The Old Bailey, Defense Antechamber.
Mr. Naruhodo! What on earth are you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at playing at all along. My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start.
Sorry about that.
But you promised me. You said you'd prove that Shrouded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep your precious invention from falling. My precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is trying to undermine me.
Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you that I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But if I just run through some equations, yes. You see, it's because my work is incomplete. Yes,
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. I had no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being.
Well, that might be a little over the top.
And while we're on the subject, what about Beric? He's being awful.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster. Not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore.
I'm glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you?
Oh, yes, what?
The machine and the demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved?
I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it.
All right, Professor. I understand.
Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand.
Wow, that was a quick 20 minutes. Court is about to be in session again.
Make your way to the courtroom, please.
No, it was definitely the engineer that killed him, no? Cause okay, so they kept bringing up 3 people. It's definitely the engineer. 3 people would have gotten the money, but the engineer killed him because I assume some kind of scuffle happened between the two, or like the engineer was just greedy and he wanted like more money, right? So he killed him, right? So what happened is we have to prove Hairbrain's theory wrong, and then we have to prove that the engineer killed him just so we could get money, and that the engineer faked the machine to some extent, probably. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims it, it leaves him as the only person who could have possibly killed him, the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, was quite impossible. Hi, Mr. Naruhodo, sir, pal. So what should I be trying to prove here? The 23rd of October, the 11 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Huh. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Von Zeeks, I believe these new witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimonies we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all people. It's Ginny. Ginny's the witness. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual that to have been present on stage at the time, the accused.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution's position's clear, so bring forth your witnesses now.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Ginny. There she is. Look at these three. Whoa. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Your name is Balthazar Loon?
The name's Balthazar Loon. I am impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage.
Huh?
Me name is Wilhelm Gosreich Sigmund Ormstein. I come to see the great exhibition all the way from home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up on one of the balloons. It was amazing.
Gina, again. Oh, is that a bad sight? Ginny, I like Gina.
Well, she did mention that she's seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it.
There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw the event unfold from the skies above.
You make it sound as though, sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low.
What was your voice? I just get.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet, around 80 meters on.
Now, what was your voice? I just gave it to you, and I forgot it immediately. Did I roll your R's, or did I just was like being weird? 1 second. Oh, I gotta find out. Oh, I got it.
Formal testimony in court.
I got it.
Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point from above the stage.
God. I didn't think I'd ever see another little kid in Ace Attorney. The view from 60 feet up.
It was an incredible... It was an
What? An incident? Incidenti terrible. Incidenti terrible.
I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There is this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang from the sky beside us. And amid the smoke, a cage appeared from nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky. Fell from the sky like a stone and crashed right into the crystal tower.
It always come back to rolling the R's.
I didn't get a good look from the inside of the cage, but no. What was your voice? But no one went near it or near it after it crashed into the tower.
God, all of you. Why do you guys have to be from England? From anywhere in, like, in that area?
A most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
Could I just clarify something? There is a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there was 2 explosions?
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power supplied from the machine to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet into the crystal tower.
I was very surprised. What was your voice? Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with person inside. The blast was so hot, but I want to miss a thing, so I've kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money.
Great.
Precisely who is this curious infant?
I am told that he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed in the Great Exhibition.
Yeah. I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in this testimony.
Do we really need that?
When I remove my mask, this is what I look like.
Yes, a delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everyone says so.
Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony from these witnesses further substantiates the facts to the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Asman on the stage could have possibly committed the murder.
Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on this matter are quite clear. So the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord.
Jesus, look at these 2. These 3, really. It was an incidente terrible. Or is it terribile? Or terribile? I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
Hold it!
So you managed the balloons? So there were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. So... See. All 3 of them. My bellissimi bambini. They were very popular, signor. Some people would pay £10 for one ride.
£10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That's my pocket money.
Royals have all the luck.
I got them there for free. I did. Played the old. I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know?
Detectives have all the luck.
If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though?
Because if I have too many in the sky, they would crash into each other.
The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area.
See. And the zone above the public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me.
Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangement for the balloons right at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident.
Right. I can fill you in there, my lord. Lord. Ugh.
Too many R's.
There was a huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside me.
Oh, whoops. I wonder what's under his bandage. I wonder if we'll find out. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air?
Yep. Ain't it amazing what detectives get to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force and we could go flying together.
You know me so well. Yes, anyways. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything. We saw everything. Cause we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was a massive bang and the cage disappeared just like that.
You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in my ear. I look around, and there was a huge fireball.
That's Peter.
What did you say? There was a great fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before. What appears out of frames? The cage, that's what.
I want to know what.
Excuse me.
What Von Richkin has to say. Master Gotts, do you have memory of the day? Does your memory of the day differ?
Mean teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use your full name.
Yes. What was it again?
Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigmund Ormstein. Just 4 names then? The point is, did you have something to say?
Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps.
Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Even I have trouble saying it. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them in the moment? Right now. Like right now.
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah. There was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon, that's true. But I'm sure. Which was what I said, isn't it? 1 minute there was nothing there, and the next moment there was an explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? He has the infinite balloon hands, look.
Just before I saw the second explosion happen next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon?
You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and I can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will scream and cry. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed.
Playing the bleeding royalty card, Arya. Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people that she works for Her Majesty's police.
In that case, young man, I will have you amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It is not. It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that. It was a green balloon that was next to us at the time.
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. I am a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring.
What? I think you mean bored.
Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie.
Lie?
Flying balloon never explode.
For the same reason, the planet never explode. It is logical.
What? You need more gusto in your voice. That's what you need. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
My die.
I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them.
Money. Balloon. Thank you. Here you are. Your Highness. If only all international incidents could be so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored in here at the courtroom, perhaps we should return to the testimony. Do you also see the moment the cage materialized, Mr. Loon?
No. I did not see the explosion myself. However,
the cage. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and it crashed into the crystal tower. Did you see that actually happen?
No. In reality, I did not. I only saw it after it hit the tower. There was a grande confusion.
Grande confusioni
Around the stage. I ran to see what happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed.
I suppose they are his livelihood.
But when I looked up into the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now.
Then tell us how you saw it, Inspector Lestrade.
That's what I like to hear.
I didn't get a good look at the inside of the cage, but no one went near it after crashing to the tower. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
Use your head, Odo. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, wasn't I?
Right.
So cause I wasn't available, it was the boss who had the leg to leg it over there. He was shocked and kicked all over by panicking spectators as he tried to steal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I tell ya. Amazing.
Poor Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the stage that well because of all the smoke. I didn't really want to see it, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits.
Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that this demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Well, it's this one, right? Oh, whoops. It was not the skies that exploded. It was the green balloons that was next to us at the time. Oh! This! Oh, wait, no. Shit. No! My points! Shit! I don't want to read this. I don't want to feel ashamed that I fucked up. The green cloth is a part of the balloon, though. He sounds serious. I should prove my worth before he really does send me back home. What? He's gonna deport me! Oh wow, this is part 2. And then there was a second bang in the sky beside us. It was not the sky that's exploded, it was this green balloon that was next to us at the time. Have I read all this already? The Reaper attacked. It's the kingpins of the criminal underground generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. And this isn't the first time their henchman has tried to attack Lord Von Zieks as a result, by the sound of it. It makes you think, if that's just how the justice system works in London, then there must be some dark forces at work. Well, aren't you interested in this cat? This missing cat? This lost cat? The cat's missing! I didn't get a good look at the inside of the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed. The cage, it fell out of the sky like a stone, and then it crashed into the crystal tower. That's true. I did save already, right? Yeah, I did. I'm just gonna save again.
Objection.
Yeah, okay. I just presented it to the wrong one. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that that all 3 of your balloons had been operating at the time were undamaged.
See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible.
I wonder if you might know what this is?
I think it may be. See, a part of the balloon, a piece of fabric from the envelope.
Sorry? The envelope.
Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon in which is filled with hot air. It is made from a very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky.
Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Mr. Gotts testified, the green balloon did explode that day. Controller, thank you. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that day that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence.
No, hush.
Wow.
If the balloon... Why you say so? Maybe the board was cold. Oh, now having to spend 10 more pounds for the experience. How awful. It seems to me like the Thursday's crash 50% of the time anyway.
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of the materialization shifted to a location occupied by the balloon. Causing the balloon to explode, yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were. But it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
This I cannot accept.
Why not, Mr. Loon?
You are suggesting that I'm a liar. That person's died in balloon incident.
There's no need to get so fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day.
That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There is no such thing as... There is no balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. Not play.
You're saying it's impossible. Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Aye.
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known about this other balloon until now. My lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It is imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition.
Grazie, my lord.
Grazie. Mr. Loon's balloons.
As I said, Balthazar Lund is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 balloons were carrying passengers. If they had fell to the ground in explosione, what a catastrophe! But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? The culprit is at the yard deck, and that it probably was some debris thrown around from the explosion on the stage. The stupido ragazzo was mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyways.
Controller. Controller?
God help me.
Controller.
Oh, has it died? Has it finally died? Stupid ragazzo.
We're good.
So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you?
Si, exactamente. If he saw a balloon in the first place, it did not sound like it. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. All out war.
What happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and the evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault in the witness's statements, then the court may consider to tell him the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. We have to find out the truth of the missing balloon.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Yeah, I thought it was just supposed to be Mr. Loon's cross-examination, but no. Gina chimed in at one point.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Really? Yeah? You kidding me?
Senor, I might not have noticed I was given 100 rentals and was missing one. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive?
I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check on these gentlemen's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
It would appear no mistake has been made then.
Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task.
What? Me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me could only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss spotted and said he'd have to go himself in that case.
All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe! It would have been quite the catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky?
Are you an idiot? Idiota?
Sorry?
That is me. That is like asking why does the candle burn bright? Burn bright. It burns bright because it burns bright. The balloons flies because it flies. What else?
It must be Italian for I don't know. Oh, you're Italian. I was like, no, I was really thinking it was Spanish. I really did think.
This, he talks like this.
Okay, I got it. I don't know why that didn't click. He said explosive. I should have known. Fuck. Oh my god. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air.
I see. And my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe.
Oh, what do you think about that, kid? Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive.
Good lord. I do not permit smoking on the cigarettes in my balloons. The magic gas does not light the fire. Does not like that fire.
Sure, that's how it'll be. I hope this is as offensive as it can be. I'm so sorry. Don't take offense, but also I hope this is the worst impression you will ever hear ever. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. Oh, I see. This is important. This is like really important information.
And what is the matter with you? What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. If you still have to say what happened, you must show me proof.
All right. So Mr. Loon has 3 balloons in the air at that time. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? You can't, but you can't get away from the fact that the bit of cloth was at the scene. Yeah, I was surprised to find that piece of fabric still at the scene. Actually, didn't you search the surrounding area for any clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up the ground. Me always works out better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though the cage went crashing through the crystal tower, didn't it? That's where most of the investigation was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as a piece of evidence. God, listen to you. Stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon?
Well, you ain't got the badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Come to think of it, there was a talk about some scorching on the ground at the meeting we had about the investigation.
Was there? The coppers at the yard reckon that it was probably some debris thrown around by explosion on stage. There was considerable damage to the stage and the surrounding area, wasn't there?
Yeah. Some of the coves what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh?
I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
Like me sweeping all his fish and chips, eh?
The man's sole pleasure.
None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyways.
No, whoops, I didn't press that. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another, 4th balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine that the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency tells us something, I'm sure. Ah, my controller! Wow. You've been fucking up all day! Or at least a lot this past couple bits, huh? Fuck! Yeah, blah 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 blah. He's not lying. The Bohemian boy's not lying either. At least he's not blind.
Hold it!
All right. You mean the color is wrong?
Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse.
And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon.
Well, I do not know how that can be.
For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question.
Why not?
There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition.
Si, exactamente. As senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little Degaza from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
Wow.
This is all out war.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
It's Master Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigmund Ormstein.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it over all Bohemia. You speak as much bad language as you like, but that changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ricazzo, then there must be some. Then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh?
Well, perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishment.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To put in simple explanation, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why'd you say so sooner? I have the photograph here.
Goodness gracious.
What?
Look at their faces.
The kid took a picture! Oh, he's rich! I had not been in a balloon for a little while, so it was very exciting. So I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibition, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cell. What? Of the hot eel cell, of the balloon. Ah, controller!
Seriously, what is up with this thing?
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that? Yeah. One picture.
One. That's one, right? He said one?
Really? Did you take one? But all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see the green balloon.
That is black and white, my friend.
Well, did you all are too shocked to speak?
Yes, well, we are shocked indeed. I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Yeah. Perhaps you can see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Ah!
Oh, wow. That is one... I like this kid. This kid might be my favorite witness from this trial. There's a very bohemian sounding cry. Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence. A photograph taken by by Gotts while he was riding a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims that was green and exploded exactly the moments after he took the shot. Oh, I see.
It's not my fault. It is the fault of the person who made the camera.
Well, never mind that. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when did you take this photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very, very, very loud bang. And hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred.
Oh, woohoo! Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give a flying fig.
Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought... Oh yeah, I read all this already. Okay, now we present it to this part, right? They have a red and blue zigzag line, but we would see the zigzag line, right? Black and white takes into account how much darkness and lightness are in each color. So there would be a very distinct pattern on it. Look at this picture! Oh, really? I was so sure. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to look, because this is a very, like, Where's Waldo picture, isn't it? Well, outside of, like, so, victim, right? Victim, defendant, and then just a bunch of people, right? And then something shot up from, like, it wasn't even near them. It wasn't even near the thing. It was, like, someone from, like, the stairs? The bottom of the stage did it, right? Shot, and it hit the thing. No? The coppers at the yard reckon that it was probably some debris left at this portion of the stage. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up little bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground, it would have been catastrophic. Oh, the basket's empty, right?
Objection!
The basket's empty. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. You're right. Shit. You're right. That's right. Judge? But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise.
The sea! They are for pleasure, not for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers.
Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage! The mysterious green balloon!
I've known nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. Oh! Oh! If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not on the mine.
Objection!
There is an illegal tradesman everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing.
See, this competition! Trying to steal my profits! I did not notice because the experimento that went wrong on stage!
This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman beamed from the stage below.
Right. So, them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down.
Yes.
Catcher! Cause no one was in it. It didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case.
Its relevance does elude me, I must say.
The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Guys, pay attention to the trial, please. All of you. None of you are paying attention. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? You know, the thing being shot up. There's more. Obviously, there's more. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that?
A vital clue?
I want to give him like Dr. Doofenshmirtz. You know what I mean? Like,
Perry the platypus!
you know? Maybe I will. We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for the definitives now. So tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in this photograph? The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently, because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. What?
It would appear that this photograph requires a closer examination.
You know, looking at the stray white line that was left on the photo.
Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of the alleged clue in the photograph and to the court.
Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. What's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, what leads to an unbelievable conclusion.
The clue that heavily suggests the real reason that the balloon exploded.
You know, the gun. Someone shooting the gun. Bing bong! What's this? The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice that there's a bright white line that appears to be pointing directly at the balloon. It's most likely a ray of light caused incidentally on the film.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort.
If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line is.
Goodness, what is that?
Undeniable. Some flash of light, yes. Undeniably, some flash of light, yes.
Oh, golly. Do you really think that might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been on a finer day. Ow! I believe what we may be looking at. Fire!
A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon like an arrow. Indeed. Even at my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting that the flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Yes. That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could have possibly reached such a height.
Objection.
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how exactly what happened. What evidence? If such evidence exists, Counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains the mysterious streak of flame that appears to be heading directly towards the balloon? What's this? This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set ablaze could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo does look like an arrow, didn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was
Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No. Ah, yes. Oh, you have two blue balloons, a green balloon, and a red balloon. Order! The Council, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge. Of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could have been fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah. If someone had shot the gun in an exhibition grounds, it would have caused real panic.
What with the big explosion? There'd have been a big panic anyway, no?
I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong. Do you understand the implication of what you're saying, my Nipponi's friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued...
What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what?
Ah. An imitation birdcage was... What? An imitation birdcage was dropped from the basket of the thing? And what... He tried to trick and run away? So he... Oh, yeah. 100%, right?
Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon after all.
What? What I just hear... Did I just hear you collectively, Council?
There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage was instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode, drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower.
Really?
I think you all agree that's entirely plausible. That what I've just described is the truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
Good grief! You're surprised. I'm just as surprised. This is what we're going with? This is ludicrous. What you've described has no science experiment. It's child's play. It's a contemptible display of stage magic.
Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
In any case, The victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If that instantaneous kinesis did take place... Wait, let me check real quick. That means these aren't the same people, aren't they? Right? Bohemian Boy. That's his name. That's it. Wait, yeah, they don't look the same, do they? Oh, no, they do. Kind of. Wait, no, they don't. This guy looks... His jaw looks different, doesn't it? The guy in the picture looks handsome and cool. This guy looks like a nut. But also, like... Oh, yeah, because he said that Odie... Hairbrain didn't meet Odie a lot, right? So maybe he doesn't remember what he looks like. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you even explain that?
If I put it in a word, as a man magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Jury number 3.
All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double.
Yes, of course. So, in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. That balloon was filled with hydrogen gas. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would have ever embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon would very much depend on the mixture ratio.
Jury number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
A mixture ratio.
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would have been unavoidable, but not to the extent to render the whole obscene charade impossible.
So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that the instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we were to accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time.
Oh,
Yeah. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Von Zeeks can't credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now. What, Hairbrain? Yeah.
Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts, thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. You keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry? What's this all about, Mr. Hairbrain?
I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie what the fuck? Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
What? What are you doing, you fool? Seriously? What? Is it so he can get the money or something? I don't get it. What is his alternative here? He doesn't want it to be revealed because he wants the money, right? Are they all in it together? He's okay with going to jail in order to, get the money? Order, defendant. Explain this, son confession.
Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I could prove... Barrack!
Yes.
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. So please, ensure that the special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protected by creation. What am I watching? What is this? Really?
Pray forgiveness for the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accuser's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chances of investigation will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor hypothesis is preserved.
Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked me. No, I don't. He's not asking for it for the money. It's because of his pride, which is dumb. He's being dumb right now. We go against dumb. We don't like dumb here. Dumb is what I go against. Was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the security of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request and see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent too long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's a possible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant in Satea's Kanishi was in fact a conjuring trick, obviously. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't let him down. Why am I letting him up is not the question you must ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Oh shit, hi Susato. Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato-san? But what are you... Wee! Why are you here? Oh, you're here! Wait, you came back? Actually, you're not like some kind of... Whoa! Oh, she's back! What about your girlfriend? I thought it was Mr. Sholmes. Wait, really? You came back! Susato! Oh, you're back! There will be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. But for now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what can I protect? Professor Hairbrain. Yes! Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of the truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course! And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. And I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? that your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must pursue both together, now, right now. Actually, the three of us, because my assistant's here now. Cisato, you do not know how much Ryunosuke has been yearning for you to come back. Jesus. Oh my god. That's all he talks about nowadays. So, you finally open your eyes. Also, you're back. Why'd you come back? It's a long story. I defended my best friend, my girlfriend and best friend. And then I sent a message, and then I came back. And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer.
Oh,
Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Berk.
Lord Von Zeeks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak in that way before. In truth, there is one thing, something I remember that's of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw the man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon.
Wow.
Professor! Didn't the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter, and wider than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too. A monocle, rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular to help positively identify the man, you see, I know him very well. After all, he's the entity who built my invention.
What? He built the machine.
That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Dreber. Enoch Dreber!
Does that mean something? They mean something. Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a man any scientist wishes to hear. That man is an abomination.
A man... Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either.
Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles with the connection of that name.
That's your voice.
There is talk of other flamboyant experiments that turned out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Such acquaintances of mine, with experience in such things, have mentioned Enoch Dreber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we are dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Dreber for you!
Really? So like, can we like meet him like right now? If we go to trial again, I'll play until this trial's over.
So, it's true that my invention, my great machine, it's just a grand illusion?
Considering what we just heard about Mr. Dreber's character, I'm sorry to say that it sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe the machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presumed.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it were found to be nothing more than a trick, then a work of deception, then everything I worked towards, all of my research, all of my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified by the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you?
about the nature of the machine that was built and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the grant research money.
When I announced to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled on all the levers and turned on all the dials in exactly the way Mr. Drebber described. When smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the illusion was made to work. I don't know anything at all anymore.
Yeah, so it's still there's still the question of the guy in the cage, right? Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dissipation? The Dispension for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
I mean, this basically means that it wasn't him, though, then, right?
It appears we had. Oh, really? Okay, then we're ending after this, then, huh? It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Montex!
My lord.
The court has newly been made aware of another party's involvement in this matter.
Well, I read that wrong.
The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Gather information about that man, if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena.
With pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. The evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he is presently stand accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow's morning.
Yo. Also, didn't we prove him innocent? Wasn't the prosecution's whole thing based on the fact that it was a real experiment? Didn't we prove him innocent already? The 23rd of October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes?
I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did I ever come to this? I'm so sorry.
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing?
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis and of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation still stands against you. We must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
Cool. I have another person to talk to. Hi, why are you here?
I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Reno. I hid it from you, Reno. It would be such a surprise. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright? Especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear. I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
Maybe we could stick it to more traditional displays of emotion in the future?
Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh,
Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London.
oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what brought you back? Did Professor Mikotsuba not protest?
Let's save that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait.
Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Enoch Drebber. Yay! To be continued. I guess that'll be the end of today's stream. Because the next stream will be investigation, right? We'll do a bunch of investigation. And honestly, knowing investigations in this game, at least from what I've experienced, right? Yay, we're back home. Is it the same day? It is. Yeah, knowing investigations in this game, this probably won't take that long, so maybe we'll finish next stream. Who knows? But yeah, that'll be it for today. Oh, yeah, fun, she's back. I'm so glad she's back, actually. Susato-san. But yeah, fun. We'll be back at that tomorrow. Damn, I fucked up. I didn't save before I took that one damage. It's still on my mind, honestly. Oh, whatever. We did it though, so we win. And now we'll go on to the next trial, and it'll be all fun and dandy. Yeah, today's stream isn't that special, really. The only thing that really stuck out about today's stream is me banning someone again. But really, it was bound to happen. If I'm being frank, just to talk about it a bit more, if you only cared about Ace Attorney, leave. Get out of here. What do you care? But yeah, if I'm being honest, I was kind of dreading today's stream. I was dreading it pretty hard. I didn't want to run into some people again. I'll be frank. You know what I mean? I wanted to not stream just so I didn't have to deal with that, but you know, I think my more than like me, whether me wanting to be here or not was like wanting to be here or not. More than that is like my sense of duty. So I just ended up being here anyways, right? And, you know, I had to face it head on, the problem. You know, and I definitely know that people aren't gonna agree with the choice, right? But like, I shouldn't have to feel like that, you know? I shouldn't have to be scared to stream every day, you know? Or I shouldn't have to be scared to come back to a stream, you know, in fear of a person. If someone makes me feel like that, you know, that's like peak ban material, you know what I mean? But, you know, that's, other than that, I couldn't justify it. And I know, like, in the moment, too, like, I was, like, honestly, seeing Cerseus say, like, you really banned him over that? And I'm like, seeing that's like my worst nightmare. It really is. If I wasn't in my right mind, I would have, like, argued 100%, and I would have been ticked off. But I just don't think I'm communicating, like, well enough my kind of, like, feelings toward that specifically. You know what I mean? Like there's more emotions than, oh, haha, no one likes him, ban. You know what I mean? I don't care. I don't care what you say. it's just like, it's just weird. It was just, I think more than like someone being banned because they were being mean, it's just banning someone because they're taking advantage of me and my platform and like what I am. You know what I mean? That's what it felt like. So yeah. That's what it is. That's what it is. And I won't stand for that. Not anymore. Well, let's wait for the next incident to happen. But yeah, just to stack that on top of like everything else that's been happening, I'd say like the last month has been pretty shitty in terms of streaming. But hopefully we can get back in a stride. Like I had fun this stream. This stream was fun. I didn't talk that much honestly, but I had fun playing the game. And honestly, that's basically what these streams are a vehicle for. Me playing a video game and having fun with it. So like, success, right? But yeah, next time we play, we'll play Ace Attorney again next week, right? But yeah, is there anything else that I want to talk about? Not really. Have I conveyed everything that I wanted to convey, right? If I'm being honest, maybe I'll talk about this next time because next stream is like a Thursday stream or a Saturday stream, so we'll do Terraria. So maybe. But yeah, I don't want to dwell any longer. So I think we're just gonna end stream here. So thank you everybody for watching. Today's Thursday. Play Ace Attorney. We're gonna play more Ace Attorney next week, but the next actual stream will be on Saturday, and we'll just be playing some Terraria, and it'll be fun, nice. Hopefully no weirdos, right? And we'll just chill. Terrarias are like fun talk days, you know what I mean? And hopefully we'll chill, we'll make in-jokes, and we'll have a good time, right? But yeah, that'll be Saturday, and then Tuesday will be Kingdom Hearts, and then we'll come back to Ace Attorney on Thursday, right? So, yep, that'll be it for me today. Thank you everybody for watching. This is Hase Utahara. I gotta go to this screen. Loud music. Thank you. Alright. Deuces, guys. I'll see you when I see you again, okay?